los datos. Cuando está aquí en rojo o naranja es que estás perdiendo datos en la transmisión de vídeo. Y aquí te pone emitir en directo, está todo correcto, aquí te pone excelente. Das aquí en emitir en directo y ya se mostraría en tu vídeo o en tu canal, en esta pantalla de aquí. Ahora veremos que ya se estaría emitiendo nuestro directo. Ahí está cargando, ahí está la resolución tranquilamente, en este caso 1080 60 fps, el texto y la imagen que puse anteriormente. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto. Y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas. Aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer administradores del canal, administradores, crear diferentes encuestas y meter lo que es las encuestas. Y ya está, algo bastante simple para que tus usuarios puedan interactuar con esas cositas. Y ya está, directo creado al 100%. Ahora cuando desees ya acabar lo que es tu emisión, das en terminar emisión y das en finalizar. Y por supuesto en tu OBS también vienes y das en detener la emisión, porque si no va a seguir emitiendo y no sirve de nada. Y bueno, ya tu directo está totalmente creado, subido a tu canal de YouTube muy, pero que muy fácilmente. Brutalísimo. Por supuesto, recuerda que ahora estamos en TikTok compartiendo pequeños truquitos rápidos. Te ha hablado Joe Tutos Jeff. Chao, chao. Pero que... o la escena y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto. Y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas mostrando toda tu pantalla. Aquí puedes meter diferentes textos, imágenes, un montón de cositas, pero bueno, es algo simple para esta prueba nada más. Y bueno, ya podemos emitir nuestro directo. Vamos en iniciar transmisión y aún no está emitida, va a enviar datos a YouTube. Aquí puedes ver que está en verde esto. Cuando está en verde es que está emitiendo correctamente los datos. Cuando está aquí en rojo o naranja es que estás perdiendo datos en la transmisión de vídeo. Y aquí te pone correctamente los datos. Cuando está aquí en rojo o naranja es que estás perdiendo datos en la transmisión de vídeo. Y aquí te pone emitir en directo, está todo correcto, aquí te pone excelente. Das aquí en emitir en directo y ya se mostraría en tu vídeo o en tu canal, en esta pantalla de aquí. Ahora veremos que ya se estaría emitiendo nuestro directo. Ahí está cargando, ahí está la resolución tranquilamente, en este caso 1080 60 fps, el texto y la imagen que puse en la transmisión de vídeo. Y aquí te pone emitir en directo, está todo correcto, aquí te pone excelente. Das aquí en emitir en directo y ya se mostraría en tu vídeo o en tu canal, en esta pantalla de aquí. Ahora veremos que ya se estaría emitiendo nuestro directo. Ahí está cargando aquí. Ahora ya se mostraría en tu vídeo o en tu canal, en esta pantalla de aquí. Ahora veremos que ya se estaría emitiendo nuestro directo. Ahí está cargando, ahí está la resolución tranquilamente, en este caso 1080 60 fps, el texto y la imagen que puse anteriormente. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto. Y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas. Aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora veremos que ya se estará emitiendo nuestro directo. Está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la resolución tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto y la imagen que puse anteriormente. Bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto. Y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas. Aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora veremos que ya se está emitiendo nuestro directo. Está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la solución tranquilamente, en este caso y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena. Y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto, y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas, aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora veremos que ya se está emitiendo nuestro directo, está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la solución tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena. Y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto, y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas, aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora veremos que ya se está emitiendo nuestro directo, está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la solución tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena. Y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto, y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas, aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora veremos que ya se está emitiendo nuestro directo, está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la solución tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena. Y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto, y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas, aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora veremos que ya se está emitiendo nuestro directo, está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la solución tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena. Y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto, y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas, aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora veremos que ya se está emitiendo nuestro directo, está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la solución tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena. Y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto, y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas, aquí puedes borrar mensajes, hacer ahora que ya está cargando, que las diferentes encuestas, la solución tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo bastante simple. Voy a cambiar de ventana a la 2 o la escena. Y verás que cambia correctamente, por supuesto, y aquí está nuestro chat, podemos enviar cositas, aquí puedes borrar mensajes, que las diferentes encuestas, tranquilamente, en este caso, y meter lo que es FPS, el texto, la imagen que usan, algo. o en tu canal, en esta pantalla de aquí.
Testing. 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 Hi, George.
Hey, a ver. Ah, vale, estás aquí. ¿Me escuchas?
Yes. Sí, sí. But no, we're not in a private communication area. Si quieres, we can come to Portal Teams 1. Follow me. Vale, aquí sí que podemos hablar. ¿Me escuchas? ¿Hola? Hola, no sé si tienes el micro apagado, voy a mirar. A ver, Jorge, micro apagado. Ahora lo deberías de tener encendido, deberías de poder estar hablando. Claro, tendrás el problema de la configuración. Cada espacio lo tienes que configurar, Jorge. Sí, ahora sí te escucho. Nada, tranquilo, no te preocupes. Entonces aquí vamos a poder hablar en privado, pero en el otro espacio no tenemos zona para comunicarnos en privado. En el auditorio, exacto. Pero bueno, en el menú de GoTo he creado un Google Meet que es donde vamos a prestar el soporte técnico, ¿vale? Así, ahí es donde vamos a tener que estar. Así que si quieres vamos al auditorio y nos comunicamos por el Google Meet, con cámaras apagadas siempre, ¿vale? Ok, vale. Y ni acceso aquí. Ah, vamos. Vale. Ok, pues aquí es donde prestaremos el soporte. ¿Vale? Puedo, desconecto el micro en el frame y me voy para el auditorio. No, no, vente conmigo. Jorge, apaga el micro en la plataforma. No, ¿Cuál es tu RAM? Y mi hermano. Ok, vale. Estoy silenciando algunas cosas. ¿Tú, Jorge, ves en el centro del auditorio el portal? O sea, o eso a lo mejor solo lo estoy viendo yo el fallo. Pero en el centro del auditorio no lo ves. Ok. Esto empieza, en principio, empieza en 25 minutos, pero como la gente empieza a entrar antes, ahí es cuando tenemos que empezar a prestar soporte, ¿no? La gente que está teniendo problemas para entrar. Por eso te he convocado antes. Ah, sí, ahí es donde se va a realizar toda la presentación. Por eso te preguntaba en el auditorio. Ahí es, por eso te digo, si tú ves. Ok, vale. Sí, eso es un error. Entonces estoy sustituyendo, estoy poniendo una cosa diferente. Sí, soy yo. Soy yo que voy a sustituir el portal porque el portal está dando un fallo. Estoy colocando el portal donde debería de estar el portal. O sea, estoy colocando una puerta donde debería estar el portal. Así que coloco, pues, debería estar eso aquí. Cojo este enlace. Estoy transmitiendo también por YouTube. Por si alguien tiene algún problema, ahora te paso el enlace y lo puedes redirigir. Así, bueno, por lo menos que no se pierdan, ¿no? Aunque Ujú. Mira, te comparto aquí el enlace. Te lo comparto por el Google Meet. ¿Cómo se escucha mi voz? A ver. Oh, me cago en todo. Necesito que me coja mi entrada de audio. Vale, bueno, no he compartido el enlace con nadie. Vale, voy a configurarlo. Ya, porque estoy con auriculares. Entonces, alguien se escucha, pero a mí sí. Es que lo estoy haciendo con otro ordenador, ¿sabes? La grabación. A ver, ahora vuelvo.
Hello.
Hola. Ajá, entiendo.
Hi, Hisham. Good morning.
Good morning, Iman. How are you? Good morning, everyone. We will be starting shortly, but I just wanted to do a quick audio check. If you can hear me all fine, it would be great if you could use an emoji, any emoji of your choice. I'm going to use the star one today. But yeah, and in case there are any issues, I just wanted to mention that Brian is the main person to speak to in case you have any technical issues with audio, video, screen, anything like that. We will be kicking off shortly. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are having a fantastic start to the day. Thank you so much for joining us for the first ever Innovation Hackathon in the Metaverse. I'm really excited. I will make all introductions, what we're going to do during the day, how the flow is going to work. But before that, I would like to hand the virtual stage over to Iman Al-Khalaki, Vice President of Innovation at 80 Ports Group, to officially kick off today's hackathon. So please feel free to send out a lot of emojis, clapping emojis, things like that, where we're going to maximize all the virtual elements that we have available today. But yeah, Iman, the floor is yours. Iman, you might be on mute in case you are speaking. Well, it seems like we're having a slight technical issue, which is to be expected with new technologies, but not an issue. In the meantime, just like to remind everyone, if you are facing any technical issues, please feel free to put it in the chat, or reach out to Brian in case there are any technical issues. But I see that Iman is back, so once again, handing the virtual floor over to Iman to officially kick off today's hackathon.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
اسمعني. وين هشام؟ هاي هشام. هاي برفيز. How are you?
Hi, man.
You hear me, huh?
Yes, yes. Now we can hear you.
You can't follow me, please.
Allô? Allô?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
What should I do now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
What should we do?
For Ms. Iman to give the introduction, the welcome speech.
Yes, please wait 1 minute and we will be back on track.
برا ينسمع بعدين ادخل.
Hello.
Everyone, please take a seat. Yeah. Thanks.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
Iman,
we
we can
can, ma'am.
hear you now.
Sorry for that. I have a little bit of a hiccup.
That's perfectly fine. It's
Yeah, I just plugged my PC from from the docking station, so now it's working fine.
okay. Well,
So for those
The
maybe
virtual-
they have the same problem, just take it out from the network. Okay, I believe we can start now, Hisham.
yes, yes, Iman, please. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Iman Khalaqi. I'm the VP of Innovation. I sit in the heart of the corporate. My team and I, we help Abu Dhabi Ports Group to level up and accelerate in the innovation profile and portfolio. We do that by doing many things, by enabling culture, by partnership, by a different way of making the organization in the companies. So you cannot hear me now?
No, we can, Iman. It's back. It just dropped
Yes,
for a
now we
second.
can. Yes,
Yeah, now
we
you can hear. Okay. So I would like to thank Plug and Play team, Hisham and people from our, sister companies, Abu Dhabi airports, ADNEC. Also, we have we have our colleagues from one of our acquisitions, Transmar. I would like to welcome you all. I wish you that you have Brian. So because even though it's in a fun place and in a fun, atmosphere, but the purpose of it is to find a solution for real problems that we could later on take it, on board to our
Hello, Hisham.
Hi, everyone. So it seems there was a bit of a technical issue, which is why we couldn't hear the entirety of Iman's speech. But I believe, just to recap, what she was saying was, is that even though it's in a metaverse environment and today's hackathon is going to be a little bit fun, to be honest, there will be, technical issues will come up. But the purpose of today is to really focus on trying to find real tangible solutions. And I'll run through the agenda of the day and all of that in a bit. But before I do that, I would like to introduce myself. So my name is Hisham Akhtar. You can see my avatar on the screen. I am a program manager at Plug and Play Abu Dhabi. And we have been grateful to partner with Abu Dhabi Ports Group over the last year to work on different innovation activities, innovation agendas, with the sole purpose of achieving strategic organizational objectives over the next 2 to 3 years through various initiatives. So for those of you that are aware, last year, towards the end of the year, we held the first innovation hackathon in person. It was a fantastic experience that we had, where a group of AD Port staff members came together and brainstormed ideas to specific challenge statements, which is something similar to what we'll be doing today. And that takes me into the next slide, which is, what is this hackathon about? So as I was mentioning, it is about trying to find new ideas and new solutions in 3 potential focus areas. So the focus areas are innovation and new technologies, synergies and collaboration, and growth and product development. So when we talk about innovation and new technologies, the main challenge statement that we would like all of you to think about in your teams and as groups is, how might we transform the mobility and logistics industries by integrating innovation and tech solutions? So how can we achieve operational excellence, for example, improving efficiency and optimizing costs, diversifying supply chains, especially post-pandemic, making mobility and logistics sustainable, or establishing leadership for the overall group in autonomous mobility and logistics. The second focus area, synergies and collaboration, and this is a between subsidiaries or sister companies, enhancing synergies between group companies, or improving knowledge sharing between group companies. And the third area that we will be focusing on in the hackathon is growth and product development. So how might we enhance, the group company's customer experience and service adoption? So this is, deploying customer-centric products or services, leveraging data to forecast customer demand, creating new products or services, and new market growth strategies. So it's a lot to absorb, but that's essentially the whole purpose of the hackathon, is to be exposed to new focus areas. Keeping and agendas right now. Then we're going to do a bit of a fun team activity icebreaker challenge, followed by a short session on innovation and entrepreneurship in general. We will then have a coffee break, and I would like to stress that be going through their respective breakout rooms and areas where they can then collaborate and start coming up with these new ideas as the day progresses. And then around, I would say, late in the afternoon, we will wrap up day one. Day two, it's going to be a similar model, but so at the end of day one, hopefully we'll end the day with each team having one or two solutions or ideas that they really want to work on. So tomorrow, then we'll be refining those ideas through a couple of frameworks and tools that we can use, and then in the afternoon having a working session to continue developing those ideas, and wrapping up with essentially pitching and how to communicate those ideas. There is a third day, which is the pitch day. The agenda of that, I believe the calendar entry for that was shared with you earlier today. But on the pitch day, essentially, it's going to be a Shark Tank style event where you as a team will be pitching your ideas and solutions to a panel of judges, and winners will be selected. I just want to mention before we jump into the icebreaker challenge that on the 27th, there is an optional coaching day. So if you feel, after today and tomorrow, you want a little bit of feedback, some insights, something isn't clear, you can book that session with me, and, happy to support on anything for the pitch day itself. Just to sum up, this is essentially the outcomes that we're expecting, hopefully from this innovation hackathon. As Iman was mentioning, we don't just want this to be an exercise in getting everyone in the metaverse and we just spend some time here and that's it. We do want tangible solutions, to be developed ideally, and of course within reason, where no one is expecting fully thought out business plans or anything like that, but more around the genesis of these ideas that can then be taken forward within your respective business units or whatever it is, in the future, and hopefully be implemented at some point within the group. But as I mentioned, the goal of the training days is to have your problem focus area selected, some ideas done, and by the end of the training days, hopefully have one solution completed. Office hours and coaching day is, essentially going to be just building your slide deck or pitch deck, as we call it. And then the pitch day itself will be getting feedback from the judges, having fun, obviously, during the pitch, but also, the winners will be selected on that day. Here's a bit of just an insight into the judging criteria. We do want to give you as well a bit of an idea on how you'll be assessed at the end of the hackathon. As I mentioned, the two biggest ones are ID and impact on the overall group. So we don't necessarily want to do things that are already done before, or that are so outlandish, for example, that they can't be implemented reasonably within the next 5 years, for example. So that's not the goal. It's something, the idea, how creative it is, how original it is, the impact it can have, innovation. So to what extent does the solution incorporate newer technologies? We're hosting this hackathon in the metaverse as well, things like that. The team, so on the team side, a lot of you will be meeting each other for the first time today, but essentially, through the icebreaker activity, hopefully you'll get a bit more comfortable. But the goal is to, again, enhance more collaboration between all the participants. And then the pitching quality, that's just more around, have you communicated your ideas in the best way possible. In general, hackathon expectations, be a team player. We're all, as you saw earlier, we're all kind of new to this metaverse platform. So, don't worry if there are some issues. We're here to help. utilize all of your resources. So all of the team that you have, you know, with you for this hackathon, hear them out, be respectful of each other's ideas, collaborate, and yeah, you know, just have a lot of enthusiasm and energy. I am seeing a lot of robot avatars. You know, feel free to customize them as well if you feel like it. You know, this is a bit of a fun exercise as well. But yeah, in general, those are kind of the expectations. I haven't read anything in the chat that, you know, people can't hear me, so I'm assuming that everyone's connection and everything is all good now. So with that, I will hand it over to a couple of my colleagues to do a bit of an icebreaker challenge, where we will be telling you about your teams as well. I know everyone is wondering, what team am I in and who's with me? So we're going to get to that, but then also we're going to do a bit of a you know, fun activity to kickstart the day. So I will stop sharing my screen now and hand it over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay, so thanks Hisham for that. So yeah, so I'm part of the Industry 4.0 team at Plug and Pay. It's nice to virtually meet you all today. Super excited to be doing this hackathon with Abu Dhabi Ports Group and the other companies. It's really nice to meet you virtually. We thought of doing a small like icebreaker exercise since we're going to be spending a lot of time together. So please scan the QR code on your phones for the Slido. We prepared a couple of questions, some personal and some around the topics we'll be covering today. I'll give you guys just a couple of minutes just to scan the QR code. If you don't have your phones next to you, just yeah, open another tab on slido.com and the password's ADPG. Perfect. So I think yeah, everyone should be signed in now. Yeah. So this first question: how's everyone feeling today? Nice. We have excited. We have just excited for now. I see a couple of other people typing. Energized, great, happy.
Hi. So how do I open it in a new tab? What do I do?
So yeah, just open a new tab and then put slido.com, and then you'll have like somewhere where you could put the hashtag ADPG, and you'll access the Slido directly. Or just scan the barcode and it will come up on your phone. Let me know if that doesn't work.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna try.
Chat, please.
All right. So we're gonna go on the next question. So where's everyone joining from? I know most of us are joining from Abu Dhabi, but I think we have a few other cities that where is everyone joining from? Nice. So we have people from Egypt, Maria Island. So yeah, it's mostly from UAE and Egypt. I see. That's great. So yeah, now name a technology you've always wanted to work with. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that a lot of you are gonna write ChatGPT because that's been in the news lately a lot. Okay, I see. I was right. So a lot of AI, ChatGPT, machine learning. IoT, drones, AI. So yeah, I think AI is the winner here. Blockchain, real-time rendering, yes. So I think as well that goes under AI. Nice. Big data, digital games. That's a cool one. Great. So yeah, another fun one. Which emoji best describes you today? Nice. We have a lot of sunglass emoji. Someone's sick, I think. So salam tahak if you're sick. Thanks for joining, even if you're sick. Okay, great. So yeah, so what does innovation mean to you? You know, just a one word or a couple of words. What does innovation mean to you? Progress, pioneering, thinking outside the box. Yeah, these are all good answers. Creative things, problem solving through innovation, new revenue streams. Yes, I totally agree. Like innovation. I know this is gonna be a hard one, but let's see what everyone can come up with. Okay, so I guess that's a very hard one. We can skip this one. Okay, how important is it to leverage technology in your work today? 5 meaning you strongly agree, 1 meaning you strongly disagree. Yeah, I think we have a lot. Perfect. So yeah, I think everyone put 5. What is one item on your bucket list? Elephant ride. Okay, that's cool. Skydiving. Visit Seoul. Okay. Car. That's an interesting bucket list. Nice. Okay, so last but not least, what are you most excited about today's hackathon? Is it the business model canvas? Is it the design thinking workshop? Is it the pitch day? Is it the networking with peers? Experiencing the metaverse? Or conceptualizing new ideas? Okay, I think we have a winner. Let's give it a few more minutes, a few more seconds. A lot of people want to conceptualize new ideas, you know, and then design thinking is also the runner-up. Nice. Yeah, so I think conceptualizing new ideas is the winner for today's hackathon. And this is something we're going to have a lot of focus on, and really looking forward to your ideas that you're going to be able to come up with. Okay, so thanks everyone. We just finished the icebreaker. We will now show you your different groups. There's a screen behind the auditorium showing you the split of the groups. There are 10 teams. And it's going to be on the auditorium screen now. And so please just get to know your team for the next couple of minutes. Introduce yourselves through the chat, or you can even speak to each other. And just get a feel of the platform, feel free to move around, get familiar with it. And if you have any questions, please ask them too. We have our support team as well. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions. Yeah, it's not showing. So yeah, this is how the team will be distributed.
Thanks, Summer, for that. I'd just like to mention again, your team names are here. We'll leave them on the screen for a while. I know some participants may not have joined yet, so if you don't see them, in the space, that's perfectly fine. But what I would suggest is maybe if you could take like a screenshot of the teams, find your name, find your team members within the auditorium space. Maybe just introduce yourself a little as well, or through the chat. And then, yeah, we'll kick off the next session in a couple of minutes.
We need to rearrange. Hello? Can you hear me? It's muted.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I cannot hear anyone else.
Yeah, so at the moment, I mean, we're not discussing anything or no one's saying anything. It's just we're giving some time for you to get familiar with your teams. And in case you have any, technical issues or things like that, before we kick off the next session. So we're just taking a couple of minutes for that.
It knows when you're slinging, when you're moving, when you're doing all of these activities. And some people are doing it with what we're doing, the basic thing, what we're doing with the booking system at the moment, where someone says, I'm booking, are you
Good. Can you hear me? Khalud, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So are you on team 1?
Is this Carlos speaking?
Yeah.
What's the question, Carlos? Are you looking for who's on the teams?
I'm looking for my team. I could find Khalud, but I don't know if she can hear me.
Okay, got you. Let's just. Have you seen the full list?
Yeah, I saw the full list. So we have Rhoda, Khalud, Alberto, and Ayman.
Okay, can you look in? There's on the side you'll see people.
Yeah, I found Khalud, but I don't think she can hear me.
Hi, Khalud, can you hear us?
Is actually in the other area. She is in the which one? Yeah, it's in the breakout area 1.
Okay, because her avatar is here.
Yeah, and don't worry about that. Rhoda and Khulud are over there.
Okay, I'll go there then.
It's in the back, Carlos.
Umar?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we have to log in using Abu Dhabi port's email address and password?
Not necessary. No, not necessary.
Okay, so how do we log in?
You can log in using your Gmail itself.
But I still have to put the username and password.
Username, it's your Gmail username and password.
Please, could you type it in the chat, the link and the procedure in just 2 lines, please?
Which link? Yeah, excuse me. Who was asking about the link?
Yeah, it's me, Karim. Like your colleague mentioned something before about like we access a certain link and then.
Yeah, no, actually, Karim, in the top, do you see where the chat is? There is a go-to option. If you press on it, there is breakout area 1, breakout area 2.
Which one should I choose?
Oh, which team are you in? Is it team 1 to 5 or team 5? So you go to breakout area 1. You press on it.
I got it. Yeah, and then entrance. Okay, loading.
Yes, and you have to look for your team, the room of your team.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Most welcome.
Which team I am? I can't find my name.
What's your name? Sarah? Yeah, okay. For Sarah, we'll just contact you in a moment. Okay. Just give us some time and we'll inform you which team to join. Who else is not knowing which team he belongs to?
By the way, I'm in front of team 5 in the breakout area 1. The AC is super cold. If someone can turn it off, please. Good one.
Oh yes, certainly. Anyone having a problem?
Hi, Omar. Can you help me find my team? It's team 10. I can't find anyone.
Yes, for team 10, you can press on the go to and go to the breakout area number 2. You should find your team over there, inshallah.
Yeah, I went there. Just no one is there. I'm not sure are they logged in already or not. I can't find anything in the anyone in the list as well.
Okay, so maybe if you can just wait in that area because I suppose Saifullah is in your team. Yes, we can hear you. You guys are in front of each other. Yeah, actually, here's the door. Saifullah, do you see me? Yeah, please. That one is actually a window. Yeah, no worry. Yasmin, if you can join your colleague,
Okay, thank you.
most welcome. Anyone else having any problem?
Amal, hello, Amal. Amal has a question, I guess.
Yes, please, Amal, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Yes, I see Amal is saying something by
On the
in the chat, but she can't
bottom
use the
side.
mic. Yes, but apparently it's not working on her. So I told her to click on the go-to menu and select the Google Meet technical support, so I can assist her outside of the platform. Just probably she has several microphones and she needs to select the right one.
Absolutely.
Show you are in the technical support. No, come to, because I will not be able to give you technical support inside the platform if you're having microphone problems, because you won't be able to communicate with me. So please join us through Google Meet. You also have the link in the go-to menu. All right. I see that you're coming in. Thank you. Hello.
Hanan, did you join your team? Hanan Butahari. Okay, Barvis, can you join your team? Hanan, are you around? نعم. No worry.
Fine. I think I need to log in first. I'm trying to find my Gmail password. I don't remember. Yeah. I'm trying to follow Mark. Omar, in which place are they? Where should I go join them?
Okay, so Barvis can now wait because they're going to get everyone back.
Okay.
Hi Omar, can you hear me? I can't find my team. I'm in team 7.
Oh, who was that? Yasmin?
Manar. Manar is in 7.
Manar.
Yeah,
Manar,
I'm in
yeah, hello,
team.
Manar.
Hi,
Yeah,
hi.
please, now, yeah, now we are trying to bring back the all teams to the auditorium, please. If you can just come back, yeah?
Okay, I'm already in the
Okay.
auditorium.
Okay, thank you. Just
Hi everyone, can everyone hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Let me see everyone give me an emoji. Do you guys know where an emoji is? Give me a hands up or a clap. I only see one person give me a clap. Two people. Carlos, can I get a clap? Thank you, Carlos. Great. Okay, guys, can you just spread out for me on this auditorium? I just want to have clear views over your names, please. So spread out, spread out, spread out, spread out. Guys, please spread out. I can't see any names here, guys. It's all jumbled up, please. Thank you to everyone who's moved. Since you guys are all here, what we're going to do here now is we're going to be putting up a new document that will have all of the team names and the teams and who's going to be in each team. Unfortunately, we have to do a change since quite a few colleagues aren't on. So just give us a few minutes and we'll figure it out, and you guys will have the new teams. Feel free to take a seat. Feel free to drop some emojis, check out the area, and so on. But you don't need to go to any of the other doors.
Hear you. Who's talking? I didn't get the name.
Hey everyone, sorry about the delay. We were just updating the teams. Apologies if that has caused any confusions. We will put the team names in the chat as well, so you'll have access to them. For now, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is maybe just take like a quick photo of your particular team, and then we're going to continue with the sessions for now, because the group sessions and the working session is going to be happening in the afternoon after we have the lunch break. So I'm just gonna leave the team names on the screen for a couple of minutes. Please feel free to, like, if you can't zoom into the screen, you can come towards the stage just to take a photo. But yeah, as I mentioned, we will be putting it in the team chat as well. All right, everyone. I hope you're kind of familiar with your teams. Apologies, once again, if there were any confusions, things like that. But we are going to continue with the sessions for now. And the first session that we're going to start off with is the introduction to entrepreneurship and innovation. And the reason for this is we wanted to keep this a bit of a more inspirational session, kind of inspire everyone to come up with their creativity, to really dig deep into, their knowledge, their experience, and really focus on the ideas that you'll be working on during the day. So essentially, um, we all know, we kind of answered this in the icebreaker challenge as well, that the future depends on innovation. We all know this. Innovation depends on talent, and that is where the amazing team members of Abu Dhabi Ports Group and sister companies and group companies that are here, that's where all of you come in. The term innovation gets thrown around, and discussed quite often, especially these days, that, we're a very innovative company. We want to deal and tackle with a lot of new technologies and things like that. But what we've experienced, working with countless organizations around the world, is that it all comes down to the talent, and the people and the drive of the people. We've already experienced that a lot of you are still, very motivated and committed, even though we've had a couple of hiccups during, the morning session. But it's not just that; it's about, you taking the time out of your busy schedules to be a part of this hackathon. Truly shows how dedicated you are to really supporting the strategy, the development of your respective organizations going forward. Innovation and entrepreneurship, they drive productivity. So whether it is, we're talking way back when, the printing press, right? That arguably changed the course of humanity, so to speak, because without that, we would not have been able at all to share information at the speed that we're used to today. Social media, LinkedIn, all of these things that we're so accustomed to nowadays, it all essentially started with the printing press. The compass, before that was invented, exploration was just impossible. Even though it's a very simple instrument, it arguably, helped earlier adventurers discover new areas, new continents, new countries, and so on and so forth. Steel, I mean, we're all familiar with that. You know, the Industrial Revolution was arguably powered by steel. Electric light and planes, and you know, there's countless other examples. But I just, you know, with this slide, what I wanted to highlight was that innovation and entrepreneurship, they drive productivity. And it is essential for us to continue that, despite having, you know, access to technology and things like that. Technology is only as good as the use cases that we apply them to. And that's basically where, you know, initiatives like this hackathon come in, is to keep pushing those boundaries, to keep thinking ahead, to continue ideating and you know, being curious and developing new solutions as we go forward. Entrepreneurship means creating a new path, and oftentimes it's a little misunderstood that entrepreneurship only means that having a grand impact on the world. You know, we're also used to the Twitters, the Facebooks, Meta, Google, now ChatGPT, that, you know, we just always kind of assume that if our impact is not that significant, then what's the point? But it doesn't necessarily have to be at that scale. It could just be within your respective business units, your respective teams, things like that. And essentially, you know, that entrepreneurial process requires innovation, and innovation is practical. So, you know, entrepreneurship is, you could call it the dreamers and people who kind of like just dream, and hey, how cool would it be to do things like that or do things like this? But then innovation is the practical part of it. And what we want to try and do within this hackathon is to try and combine both those elements. It's not just about what you would say that, oh, it would be really great if we have a platform that everyone in, you know, the group can access, where all documents are available, so knowledge sharing is better. I mean, that's just an idea. Okay, but then how would you go about doing that? And that's kind of the practicality part of it. I just wanted to highlight on, you know, that startups, it's might not be 100% relevant, since, you know, we're all part of corporate entities, but generally startups combine both of these things for a repeatable and scalable business model. And their X factor, so to speak, of startups, or, you know, how they reach the size of Google, or you know, have the adoption rate of ChatGPT, is they just keep doing this process over and over and over again, until they find something which is repeatable and scalable, to sustain them as a business, essentially. Some realities about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not easy, despite what LinkedIn, you know, would make you believe, or Instagram or social media would make you believe. Entrepreneurship is not easy at all. I mean, just think of it, you know, from a risk perspective. The amount of risk that you have to take as an individual to start your own business is immense. You know, you have to figure out your finances. If you have family, you know, the future, and how that's going to be sustained. You might be, you know, diving into something that you've never really done before. So, you know, you could be a salesperson, for example, that wants to build something technical, but you have no coding experience. So how would you go about doing that, essentially? It is often a lonely journey. One of the leading causes of startup failure, you know, amongst the startup founders, is essentially, you know, burnout. They end up doing everything themselves. They end up, you know, isolating themselves from their friends, their family, just because they're so focused on trying to make their business a success, that they you know, oftentimes don't end up taking care of their own individual health and well-being. So please, if any of you are exploring or considering the idea of launching your own businesses at some point in the future, I would highly encourage you to weigh all the pros and cons and the risks of such a decision, because it definitely is not an easy journey. That being said, some of the greatest inventions and technological advances happened because someone decided to take a risk. So, with big risks come big rewards, and basically, despite entrepreneurship not being an easy journey, despite it being a lonely road, despite it having a lot of ups and downs and whatever it is, somebody somewhere has to take that risk for us to continue innovating as, not just organizations, but as humanity in general. And some people are just better equipped at dealing with that risk and handling that risk going forward. But essentially, that's, I hope that, adds a little bit of insights into entrepreneurship in general. The entrepreneurial mindset is something that we often talk about as well. Being curious, being visionary, willingness to learn, persistent, passionate, and adaptable. You might be looking at the slide and thinking to yourself, oh, but like, I don't really have maybe all of these qualities. Or, I'm not sure if I have these qualities or not. And that's an age-old debate, to be honest, that can entrepreneurship be learned, or are you just born with it kind of situation? In my experience, just as human beings, we are naturally inclined towards a certain personality, and that's just how it is. So some of us may be a lot more curious, or more passionate, or more adaptable as compared to others, but that's not necessarily a negative. You can build a lot of skills, you can develop a lot of skills, and essentially, over time, as you are building your whether it's your business or within your business units, if you're building your teams, what you try to do is that you try to surround yourself with people that complement your mindset and your skill set as well. And that's an important factor, not just when building a team, but potentially joining a team as well, within your organizations. Is, do people around me have similar values? Do they have similar mindset? Can I learn from them at different stages? And that is where, then that natural tendency to move towards trying new things comes. Because if you get along with your team very well, naturally you will, come up with new ideas and ways to do things going forward. So I know that's this session is just more of inspiring you, but I know if you have any questions about entrepreneurship before we jump into the next workshop, or if you have any startup related questions, anything like that, please feel free to maybe unmute yourself and ask them, or maybe drop them in the chat box, and I'd be happy to answer them. But yeah, I'll just give a couple of minutes before jumping into the next workshop in case anyone has any questions about entrepreneurship or startups or things like that. And in the meantime, just to give you an update, my fantastic colleagues have added the team distributions within the auditoriums. So to your right and left, you'll see like these big screens with the updated teams for your information. In case, right now there's no particular action to be done based on the teams. We're just going to be going through a couple of workshops. But in case you were curious, the teams are right there. So I see, that no one really has a question, but
No, I have an input.
Oh, yes.
Hisham. Thank you, Hisham.
Yeah, Kareem, please.
I don't want to say I consider myself an entrepreneur or solopreneur, but I tried to open a startup a couple of years back related to no-code technology, and you pretty much mentioned everything, like all the executive summary about entrepreneurship and the mindset. It's all about mindset, the character, the temperament. It's not something that they can teach it somehow, but it's the ability for the person to absorb or to execute. It's all about execution. It's all about the mindset, because 90% or more of the people, once they think they need to open a startup or to start something like a new business, they think of it, all of it at once at the same time, and that's something that will give a setback. That's something that will make them procrastinate or postpone it till later on, or demotivate them. So to have an input to what you've said, it's simplifying things, because after all, like, an entrepreneur is a problem solver, it's a solution provider starting by himself. So to simplify the whole plan into bits and small chops and pieces and start executing them one by one. It's like someone traveling, let's say, to Canada or something. It's an example. Like, if someone wants to think of it, all of it, he will be maybe depressed or demotivated. No, you start by applying, filling your application. Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of the trends nowadays, it's like people look at the people who, let's say, got funded or succeeded in opening their startups, but they should also look at the people who failed to do that. And one of the major contributor or element for failure is like the funding and the ability not to cut cost or not to invest well in their money, or to bring or fund money to whatever they're doing. It's not related to money. It's related to finding the right team, or the right, I don't want to say colleague, but people who can support you in that, because two hands, they can clap, one by itself it cannot. You can be the maestro, but you have to be the whole orchestra, the whole team. You can guide them, but you need people to understand you, at least one or two, so you can start executing the plan. It takes time, yes, it takes a lot of efforts, and it takes a lot of dedication not to miss any detail. This mindset, how it helps at work, it helps by putting yourself in the shoe of the, let's say, the CEO or the top management, and that's something helped me a lot. I don't know if it's built in, like nurture or nature or acquired. It's a blend of everything. So once you start having this mindset to put yourself in everybody's shoes and to understand how the business or how this engine is working, it gives you a lot of insights and clarity about how you do your job, or how to help your colleagues or other departments, and to start creating solutions. So it's a win-win situation. I advise everyone to at least try it or experience it, because they will be experiencing themselves, their hidden skills, their hidden talent that they are not aware of, or because they didn't have a chance to prove it to themselves first. So that's it. That's my input. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kareem, and absolutely, spot on. I think it's always great to hear from other individuals that have jumped in, or dabbled into startups or entrepreneurship, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, like you said, it's rather than setting mammoth tasks or mammoth goals for yourself at the start, as is with anything in life, right? Like oftentimes, if we want to learn a new skill, we'll set too high goals in too short amount of time for them to be realistically achievable. So I think with entrepreneurship as well, as you mentioned, it's quite crucial to break it up. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. That's what I love to say about entrepreneurship and business building and all of that aspect. But it's okay to fail. The statistic keeps changing, but about 95% of startups globally fail. And that's not to throw you off, but it's basically to say that it is okay to fail, but you just need to be aware of what you're getting yourself into, break it down, be strategic about it, and hopefully over time, the more you do it, the better you'll become at it, and hopefully, who knows, we might have the next unicorn founder from this group of avatars that we have here today.
It's you never fail. It's you either win or you learn. It's always like
absolutely. Absolutely. Great. So, because of some of the technical challenges we were facing earlier, the agenda, we've had to modify it slightly. So we're just going to jump right into the design thinking workshop. And then we'll take a quick coffee break before jumping into the ideation workshop that will be done by my colleague. But a lot of you may be familiar with design thinking in general. For some of you, this might be a completely new concept. But the purpose of it, of this particular workshop and session, is to begin that process of thinking about new ideas, and how that full value chain looks like when it comes to thinking about new solutions, new concept, new processes, but not just thinking about them, but also implementing them. For us, the key to innovation and the best technologies is what we've, narrowed down to 4 things. And that is people, idea, plan, and execution, or PIPE for short, if you'd like to keep that on hand. And there's a deliberate reason why people are first. It always starts with the individual. And this doesn't necessarily have to be just in a startup environment or in an entrepreneurial context. Within your organizations as well, where each of you has a particular role or a particular function, and that has almost always to do with other individuals. So either, we're selling a product or service, or you're working internally with other stakeholders, it's more of an internal interaction, but it is still with people. So it all starts with the individuals, humans, before we even get to the idea part. And then obviously the idea itself. And no idea is a bad idea. That's what I always believe in. That's what I always encourage everyone. I mean, just to be a little candid, I have 100 ideas a day on how we can make things better. Just interacting with daily objects. Oh, like this water bottle, what if we designed it like this? And 99.9% of those ideas are, like, the moment I say them out loud, I just automatically cancel them. That this just sounds ridiculous. But it's it's the process of just coming up with those ideas on a regular is what matters. And then tying into actually what Kareem was mentioning, the plan. So how is the business side of things going to work? Because every business has to make money. How do the people fit into that? How does technology fit into all of this stuff? And then finally, execution. On paper, everything looks great. Again, just to be transparent, for this hackathon as well, like, we've been doing extensive testing of the platform and all of these things, but on the day, once we kicked off the event, we've experienced a couple of new issues, which happens, but that's why execution is important, and which is why there's that shift between theoretical and reality, which is oftentimes quite different. On paper, everything can make sense, but then when you get to the execution part of it, it just doesn't. Design thinking is essentially, segmented into like 5 aspects. And I know I've mentioned here on the slide stages, but it's not necessarily a very linear journey. So it doesn't always happen that you will start from empathizing and then ending at testing. A lot of the purpose of the design thinking workshop or the design thinking process is that it is modular in that way. So, tying into the earlier slide that I just went through, the empathy part is understanding the human element of it, the customer side of things, their needs, their requirements, their goals, what do they want to achieve. Then you start defining the problem, but it has to be a human-centric problem, because at the end of the day, the main stakeholder almost always is going to be an individual for any product or service that you're developing as part of your organizations, or any tools that you're developing as well. So let's say you're part of a digital transformation team or a finance team. A lot of your input and data might be only for internal use, but if that tool that you're developing is not benefiting stakeholders within the organization, then you haven't really empathized or researched that problem enough and defined it clearly. And then the ideation part comes in, where generating a lot of ideas for possible solutions. And that's, I would say, fairly self-explanatory, is like I was mentioning, just coming up with 50, 60, 70 ideas, or there's no perfect number for it, but the concept of just coming up with good ideas for the problem that you have defined earlier. And for the purposes of this hackathon, I just want to highlight and clarify that it's at the ideation part is where we will kind of stop for the extent of this hackathon, because prototyping and testing is actually building out like a particular solution. So it could be an app, it could be whatever it is, testing it out, and then kind of having that feedback loop of prototype and test, improve, rapidly reiterate your ideas into the solution and improve them. So we don't expect anyone to be having a fully functioning app or website or anything like that by the end of this hackathon. That's not necessarily the goal of it. So what I would say is the three stages that are going to be crucial for this hackathon are going to be the first three. So empathy or empathize, defining the problem, and then ideating solutions. And I just want to mention again, if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Happy to answer them as I go along, but there will be some time at the end of the workshop in case you have any specific questions. So now I'm just going to dive into each element with a little bit more detail, so you can get a bit more clarity on what we mean by empathize. So like I was saying, the empathize part of the design thinking process is the who, right? So your target market, your customer segment, and contrary to what people generally say, it all starts with a feeling. How do you feel a certain way about a particular problem? When the first iPhone came out, people just automatically felt that they needed a touchscreen phone, even though they had been around, but maybe it was the design aesthetic, whatever it is. But people felt that, hey, this is something that I would like to spend money on. And that, can kind of be translated into questions of why do you buy anything? Why did you buy a particular car, for example? A lot of us are now getting into buying electric vehicles. Maybe you care about the environment and things like that. And the goal is not to just get one answer per se, but to try and get as many answers or as many personas, as we call them, as possible. And the good thing is, as human beings, we ourselves are those personas for a lot of the time. One interesting exercise that I do quite regularly is if there is a particular app, for example, that I don't use, I'll just do like a quick test of why don't I use this app? What's different about this one versus another one? And that just kind of helps me define who their particular target market is per se. Or, for example, I've always used an Android phone. I once had an Apple iPhone, but that was a very long time ago. And yeah, just asking myself this question of why do I use Android versus iPhone? So many different answers can come up for that particular question. But yeah, golden tip, just to summarize on this part is, seeing, feeling, thinking, breathing, like putting yourself in their shoes. And the interesting thing about this aspect is that it's not just relevant for a startup setting or an entrepreneurship context. If you are pitching a new idea to your manager, for example, or senior management within your organization, put yourself in their shoes, and try to craft that story of why they would be interested in listening to your pitch about a particular new initiative or new idea or new process or anything like that. Because at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and it all starts with a feeling. Once you've kind of like empathized and you've understood that the who part of the problem, now it comes down to defining it into the why aspect of it. So, why is this a problem? Or, and where do you want to essentially go with this particular problem? And despite what we might see on in TV shows or from entrepreneurship experts or influencers or things like that, the problem, when you're defining a problem, it doesn't have to be complicated. You don't need to solve everything under the sun at once, right? Even when Kareem or Uber launched as businesses, they didn't, like when Uber launched, they didn't know that they were going to arguably change the face of mobility in the world. Their initial commitment was, yeah, we just want to make it convenient to get a taxi from anywhere, essentially. And here's a bit of a thought experiment. So I'm sure some of you can see this early humanoid, whatever you want to call it, and it's walking, but its feet are hurting, and the kind of the vision or where it wants to go is that it doesn't want its feet to hurt. So how can we go about doing that? And there's a couple of ideas. So I would love to get some thoughts from the audience on this. But yeah, these questions like how many ways can he stop his pain? If you could maybe just put it in the chat, that would be an interesting exercise. So if someone is walking, how can they make the pain stop, essentially? Well, I mean, the first and most obvious way is that maybe he should just wear shoes, right? Like, and we're probably a lot of us are probably automatically thinking that, oh, like shoes is too obvious an answer, so maybe we shouldn't put it in the chat necessarily, or we shouldn't say it because it's too basic. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I've heard some creative answers to this one. I'll share like some of them. Someone mentioned, maybe he should fix his posture and the way he's walking. One person I remember said that maybe he should try walking on his hands instead of his feet. And kind of the goal you know, and this ties back into what I was mentioning, that, you know, no idea is a bad idea. Some of them don't necessarily make that much sense, which is fine. But the point of this thought experiment is not necessarily on the solution part, but on the problem part. The problem is clear, and it's very simple, and it's very easy to understand that, you know, he wants to make his feet stop hurting when he walks, essentially. And that's what, you know, I would encourage all of you to do, is over, you know, when we get into the working sessions later in the afternoon, you know, don't try to cover everything that's in the challenge statements, but try to break them down into smaller portions as best as possible. So then we, you know, kind of move into the third process or the third stage of the design thinking process, and that is the target market. Yeah, sorry, that is on the ideation side of things. So we've defined, you know, kind of the who, why, and where. So we've empathized with our potential customers or users. We've defined the problem statement. We've, you know, kind of clarified as well where we want to go. And now it comes to how are we actually going to do this? What does that solution look like? And a golden tip, and I've mentioned this a couple of times now already, is you need a lot of ideas before you get a good one. You know, PayPal started off as X.com. Instagram started off as a completely different application. Even ChatGPT, when they started it, you know, 7 years ago, the use cases we're seeing these days are not originally what were intended for it. But, you know, it's that aspect of, okay, we know the people, we know the problem, now let's keep coming up with ideas. And one thing I want to mention here is that, you know, you may start off with one idea, but as you start refining it, you know, you may not abandon it completely, but it might evolve into something else. And that's something crucial to keep in mind is, you know, is just being open, being flexible, coming up with, you know, a lot of ideas and narrowing it down accordingly. But yeah, personally, I don't think that there's any bad ideas, but also don't be shy about, you know, discussing your ideas. Like some of the ideas that I discuss with like my colleagues or friends, they just give me like a strange look after it, like, what are you even thinking? So yeah, don't be shy about it. But again, driven by the people and a clear definition of the problem before you can come up with ideas and what products or services you can use. As I mentioned earlier, for the purposes of the hackathon, we're, you know, only going until the ideate stage of the design thinking process, but I didn't want to stop the session there because I just wanted all of you in general to be, you know, familiar with the design thinking process, if in case this is your first time, you know, hearing of it or being exposed to it. So once you have the idea, you start prototyping things. This example is, you know, of the first shoe that Nike ever made, and it kind of just highlights some of the different elements that I was talking about. So the feeling or the empathy side was that it's impossible to run with spikes everywhere because it's very uncomfortable. And the problem in vision was essentially, you know, running faster and longer, but with a lot more comfort, you know, as you're doing it. And then the solution and mission statement essentially was, let's make a running shoe. And that's where, you know, the ideation process came in, that, oh, you know, let's make a running shoe. How can it look like? What can it be? And so on and so forth. And, you know, then the first prototype was developed, which was, I mean, it wasn't the best one, to be honest, but that's kind of just bringing together all the different elements of the design thinking process together. You know, this is kind of like how that journey flows, is And in this particular case, it wasn't even about inventing something completely new. It was more about making something that already existed better, essentially. And then the test part came in. So as we're all aware, Nike, they've been around for a very, very long time, from the first running shoe to, them launching new versions, testing out new materials, so on and so forth. That has helped them essentially become the company and organization they are today. I mean, it all started with the same aspect of the feeling, comfort, resilient, but then over time their vision kind of evolved to inspiring people, but not just athletes, but individuals everywhere. Nike with their sneakers lineup has arguably become a huge influence in fashion as well, not just for athletes but for everyday use. And yeah, that's it all started with one prototype of a shoe that wasn't that great, but over time, as they've iterated, as they have improved, Nike is the company that it is today. So to sum up, and to kind of bring everything together, to be a champion, you just have to do it. Tools and frameworks, and this is just me being very, very honest, that tools and frameworks are there, and we're going to go through them, and they can certainly make your life easier as you do the design thinking process or the entrepreneurial process. But it's just about doing it, because as we were discussing earlier, failure is just another learning opportunity. And this hackathon actually is a very good way for you to be able to test out new things and think of new ideas, because the failure risk is very, very low. Generally, why a lot of organizations don't want to try new things is that they could have significant financial implications, which could be detrimental to the business. But in this case, we are in a metaverse environment, and the whole goal of the hackathon is to come up with new solutions in a fairly risk-free environment. What interests you, even within the challenge statements, don't feel forced that you have to choose only one just because that's the challenge statement. Obviously, we do want, as Iman was mentioning earlier in the day, that we do want tangible, realistic solutions to come out, which is why the challenge statements are there. But feel free to incorporate your take on them or your understanding of them as you progress. Follow a process, as I said. Don't try to solve everything under the sun at once. Speak to people, pitch to people. So once we go into the working sessions later in the afternoon, within your teams, just speak to each other, throw out ideas, get feedback, and try to iterate as quickly as possible. And with that, I will stop here. If anyone has any questions, I will have a look at the chat in case there are any questions there. Or if everyone is good and we're excited, please feel free to drop a couple of emojis. Anyone will do. Also, just to see if everyone is still there, to be honest. Okay, Manars is giving some nice applause. I'm seeing some star emojis. Oh, nice. Star emojis are always great. Oh, I like the rocket one, Jay. I like that. I'm just gonna put the money one out there. I find that interesting. But okay, cool. And I know that's a lot of information. So what we are going to do is just take a quick 5-minute. Let's make it a 10-minute coffee break. I know we're all just getting familiar with the platform. And it's a lot to absorb just in terms of information as well. So let's take a 10-minute coffee break. Please don't leave the auditorium or close your laptop or exit anything. You can just stay logged in here, all good. And then we'll come back in 10 minutes and we'll kick off with the next session, which will be led by my colleague Ferris. And that will be the ideation workshop. Thank you so much for listening.
You hear me? Hisham? Hisham, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you on the megaphone?
Yes.
Could you go off the megaphone, please?
I'm off the megaphone.
Can you come to one of those trees? Seriously though. Is the screen working for you?
Yeah.
The screen share on. No, it's not working for me to share my screen on the screen.
Oh no, I need to stop sharing.
Okay, can you stop sharing?
Okay.
चाबी तो उधर ही है ड्राइवर के अंदर वाइट वाला खोलो जिसमें हम लोग बैठे साथ ही लगी देखा ड्राइवर को सामने पड़ी है सामने देखो अच्छे से देखो हमारा दोस्त
Hi, Sham. Can you hear me? Hi, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, who's this? Is it Mark? I'm looking for Mark.
I'm not Mark. Sorry. I'm the Ardit Manor.
No, sorry. I'm trying to get my team together, figure out what we're doing.
Hi everyone, this is Brian from the technical team. Just a friendly reminder that you can use the microphone and the megaphone for everybody to hear you inside the space if you need to be heard. Maybe you're in a far distance and they cannot hear you. The megaphone icon is right next to the microphone icon.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Hisham, can you hear me?
Yes, Faris, I can hear you.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, I'm just gonna share my screen and then we can kick it off. Okay, just want to confirm, can everyone hear can everyone see my screen too? Hisham?
Yes.
Perfect.
can see
Great.
it, yes.
Okay, guys. Well, thank you all for joining us. In case you can't see my screen or you can't hear me, or my voice is a little staticky, please go ahead and do refresh the screen. Do refresh the tab, and let's kick it off. So my name is Faris. I'm part of the Plug and Play team too, and I'm going to be supporting my colleague here, Hisham, on the overall hackathon happening. This workshop is going to be super simple, super easy. It's just going to try and really ignite your brain within the aspect of ideation and how you could kickstart things. Hisham mentioned a lot of great examples, such as the Nike example, such as Uber. I'm going to be tapping into that a little bit more with regards to how to come up with ideas, where you can find ideas, or where you could find ways to come up with ideas, and some key tools, some key points to focus on. Let's look at how to come up with ideas. The first way to really look at them is a spontaneous idea, right? These ideas that come up to you, whenever you're doing something. Maybe you're just working, maybe you're working out, maybe you're, trying to, stop a taxi. And this is really where the idea of Uber came up. So the story behind Uber and the idea of how it came up was, the co-founders were in Paris and France. They were just trying to catch a cab, and it was raining and it was taking them too long. And they said, wouldn't it just be super easy for us to just click something and it kind of comes for us. So spontaneous ideas are really sometimes ideas that can really solve a lot of problems when we're right in it. So again, whenever you do have a spontaneous idea, write it down, put the idea down, and there might be some potential to it.
Hi, Claude and Rhoda. Do we know what we're doing, or?
I'm sorry, I think someone's speaking. Hi, guys.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Do you see the screen?
Claude, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, Amar, I can hear everyone for some reason. Can you hear me? Okay, guys.
Yeah,
Seems
Faris,
like
we can hear you.
Yeah,
So,
I have people speaking too.
Thank you.
I'll mute them.
Yeah, please. Awesome. The next one is an insider idea. And this is a perfect example for, sorry, Hisham, I can't focus really. People are speaking, so.
There's no one speaking in the auditorium, Faris. Maybe you're still part of the breakout area. So if you can exit that tab.
Sure, let me just look. I don't have any other tab open. No, I just have one frame, Hisham. I'm just in this place. Nowhere else. I hear Umar speaking.
But everyone is on mute here. So.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'll continue. So an interesting insider idea is obviously an insider idea here. What you need to look at is, working in a group such as AD Ports and other companies people come from. There's a lot of times when you're doing, tasks that could be simplified or made quicker, or, could just be really changed and innovated. Now, a great example of that is Slack. A lot of people think Slack started off as a, communication platform that we're all using and companies are using, but its history and story goes really way earlier than that. Slack was really invented as a tool for game developers, called from this company called Tiny Glitch, I believe, and they were really focused on creating a communication platform for them to speak together and throw tasks at each other and so on. So this is where the idea of Slack came up, and this is another angle of how you could come up with ideas. Now, the last way of how you could come up with ideas is a deliberate idea. And I think that's going to be here, one of the key areas that you do focus on today on how to come up with an idea, where you'll be put in a team. You'll really focus on putting down an idea on the paper and pen and trying to figure out how to build that idea deliberately. Okay, moving on. Where you can find ideas, very obvious. You always find ideas and problems. It's like a Rubik's cube that you're trying to figure out, right? It's you turn it around and you try to figure out. I'd love to give you guys a great example of that. Think of WhatsApp and what WhatsApp has been able to do for us as people living on Earth trying to figure out how to communicate. The idea of WhatsApp and where WhatsApp came up with was such an interesting idea. The co-founder, who exited the company now, was at the gym, and he recently bought an Apple iPhone. And with that, he kept on missing calls while he was at the gym. People were calling him, he didn't miss a call. And he just thought of something super interesting. He's like, I'd love to create a way where I could not communicate with people, but tell people what I'm doing right now so no one disturbs me and I don't miss calls. And that's really where WhatsApp was created, around the idea of a status. I'm busy, I'm in the gym, I'm at work, so on, for people to know what a status was. And from there, the evolution of WhatsApp, as we know, has grown and built to what it is right now. And then, another place you guys people could find ideas is the future, and really coming up with ideas for the future, and how, because all the ideas that we do come up with, especially tech-based ideas, some of them aren't ideas that would work right now, but there are potentially ones that could work 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line. There's so many amazing examples around ideas such as, the future. Look, one example is a vending machine. The idea of a vending machine came up almost 2,000 years ago. And it was a machine at that point to disperse holy water. That's the real story behind it. Another example is Tesla. Tesla came up almost, I believe, 2008. The idea of Tesla, no one was using it till now. But I think one of the best examples that my colleague Hisham was mentioning today was, ChatGPT, and I'd love to jump on that story too. There's something called Elsa. I don't know if you guys can unmute yourself, but has anyone heard of Elsa before? Lisa? Unmute yourself and say anything if you have. Going once, going twice. No worries. So Elisa is the first form of a chatbot in all reality, right? So Eliza she was one of the key things that really, I wouldn't say kicked off the AI world of chat into a chatbot, in the chatbot replying to you. Before that, there was obviously the turning key method, which is, to try and see how a computer could react and try to figure out human or not human. But Eliza was the first chatbot that was created by a professor at Massachusetts University, really to act as somewhat of a therapist. The website still exists. If you go right on Google right now, Eliza ChatGPT, you'll get a website where you could tap in and tell her, I'm sad, I'm happy. She'll tell me more about that feeling. She isn't really what ChatGPT is today, but the idea existed way, way before ChatGPT ever came up. The concept of AI and communication is literally kicked off the same time as the concept of computing, right? So really, ideas did come up way back in time while people were really thinking of ideas for the future. So even Eliza was something that came up, I believe, in the 19 something. I can't remember the date, but I think 1966, which is just crazy in the sense of how far people were thinking in the future. And then some really just, touch upon some ideation fundamentals. I think something very important for everyone to understand today is, first is when you're coming up with your idea, you shouldn't really focus on the idea. A lot of people make this mistake in the first part. They try to build an idea without focusing on the problem. And when you don't focus on the problem, you'll start to sense that there might be an aspect where things aren't fitting, or your idea really isn't trying to fix what the actual problem is. So I think one of our biggest recommendation in this hackathon is for you guys really to focus on the problem first, and then it's very simple. Once you focus on the idea, once you focus on the problem, good ideas will come to you really naturally. That you'll start figuring out, maybe it's like a little puzzle, right? You'll see where one thing fits in, where another thing doesn't fit in, for you really to come up with a brilliant idea or a brilliant solution for some of the challenges. And then what you guys need to know is it's very important, right? The best ideas or the best solutions for problems focus on users, focus on customers, focus on the people you're looking to solve this problem for. If you're looking at potentially coming up with an idea, for example, that would be something within Abu Dhabi Ports Group, here your customers or your users or the people that would use such a platform are the Abu Dhabi Ports Group. You really need to understand who the people are. You really need to understand what the problem they're facing is, how much of a pain is it, and how could you give them something that makes their life easier. Usually what people do, or sometimes when people come up with a solution, is a solution gets thrown out. People don't consult the people that would potentially be working on it. People don't really think about, is it adding more weight on the person that's working on it, or is it simplifying their life? So you really need to look at who the users are going to be. You really need to look at what is the need that they need to use such a platform for, and why, or solution. Why do they need to use it? And then again, going back to that point, observation is key. You need to really look at all the minute details. I personally would say you don't need to remove any single detail when you are observing. Everything's important unless you decide at this point, none of this is important. At this point, this is all useless because we already know that it's going to fix A, B, C, and D for us. Before we end, and obviously I'd love to give you guys some time to really go back and look at the team boards and try to figure out which team are you guys in and so on. I'd love to know if anyone has any questions. I can't see if you guys are raising your hand or anything, but any questions? And going once, going twice. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you all for taking the time to listen. And Hisham, are you here?
If you could stop sharing your screen, I'll just share my screen and wrap up the session as well. Thanks. All right, everyone. Thanks, Faris, for that short but insightful session on ideation. Just to recap, what both Faris and myself were saying, it's all about the people. There are no bad ideas. Try to come up with as many ideas as you can. And, the goal of today is not to have a final solution, but to have potentially as many ideas as you can, narrow them down to one or two that you and your teams collectively feel are something you want to work on, and basically just refine them. So for today, we are done with the content part of the day, so no more workshops. I'm sure some of you are clapping your hands that yes, no more looking at slides or anything like that. We do have a lunch and prayer break until 2 p.m. And the reason for that is we also do want to give you some time to familiarize yourself with your teams. The breakout area, now feel free to go to your team rooms just to say hi, hello, grab some lunch, break the ice amongst each other, whatever you would like to do. And then when we're back at 2 p.m. is when we will start the working session. The working session, it's not going to be anything different. You will be in your team rooms and you will be working on your ideas. So if you would like to start before that, that's entirely up to you. But yeah, so in case there are any issues, you don't know your team, mic issues, anything like that, please feel free to reach out to anyone from either the Plug and Play team or Brian and his team as well. But yeah, thank you so much for listening so far. And also not getting demotivated because of some of the technical issues. That's just part and parcel of using new technologies. Metaverse and all of these platforms are all fantastic, but when you're doing things, new issues can come up. So no big deal. We've powered through them. So yeah, quick recap, we're going to be back at 2 p.m. In the meantime, please familiarize yourself with your teams. Feel free to go to your breakout room. And if you'd like to start working on your ideas, please go ahead. But yeah, that's what the afternoon session is. So thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Hisham.
Do you have a question? So your hand was raised.
So guys, so of course it's break till 2 o'clock, so we still have 1 hour. But if you'd like to discuss anything with your team, you can go to the breakout room. If you need any help, anything, I will be around.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Omar, can you hear me? Yeah. Guys, could you please head over to the...
I can hear you.
Yeah, awesome, Omar. Can
Yeah.
you guys please head over?
Yeah. First, just to confirm, because I suppose most of the people in here are actually in the other room already.
Actually, we're missing people in a lot of them.
Yeah, I know, but I suppose we're missing them because they are not signed in to begin with. Like if you check Nirmad, if you check Privas, Kareem, I suppose, yeah, Kareem, all of these are already in the breakout area. Abdurrahman, I cannot see your name in the breakout room. If you can join the breakout room. Abdurrahman Noor, can you hear me? Okay, so I don't know if he joined the other area or yeah, okay. Abdurrahman also joined the other area. Good. I will be asking people who are in both areas to leave.
I don't know if you've already met Linda. Maybe you guys.
Yeah.
Your name?
I can hear you.
I said, did you see your name?
Jose Antonio.
Yeah, but do you see it on the sheet? On this table?
Yes.
Where is it?
Alicante, from Spain. That's what you mean? I cannot hear you properly. I don't know.
No, I'm saying, where is your team?
Ah.
Where's your name here on the sheet? Do you see it?
I don't know. My team. I am the technical support. That's what you mean. I'm
Are
from
you
the
with
technical support. Yes, I'm the partner of Brian.
Thanks.
Sorry. Yeah, I have some echo and I cannot understand you.
No,
I
no
cannot
worries.
understand you well.
No worries. Okay.
That was your question, Faris. Do you need anything else?
No, that's all good. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
I usually.
Yeah, so now Faris has joined us, and just Faris, we're waiting for two more people to join our room. We have Hanan and
Hello, Natasha. Can you hear me?
Hi, how are you? Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Natasha. I'm from the technical support team. I don't know if you have any problem with your.
Yeah. So the team two that is currently behind you cannot draw
Yes.
or can't share screen as well. So if we can give them access, if we can go inside and let them know as well, that would be amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Enhance ADQ components.
Guys, just if you guys want to work on or use the whiteboard here behind you, you can draw, you can clear it out. Is that clear? It's me.
Start, and we'll try to get the others for now. Go ahead and start. Just jump on it. And the don't join yeah, but
He's responsive. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, but go ahead and start. Don't wait for anyone.
عليكم هشام.
Hey, Omar.
Hello, all good or And see group
Yeah, all
3 and group 2 are starting.
Yeah,
Mm,
group
I-
one is starting as well.
Oh, perfect. Who else do we have? Okay.
We're just missing a couple of people, so we're rearranging the
No
teams a
worry.
little
Yeah,
bit.
actually, I was talking about group 3 and group 4. Sorry about
Hello,
that.
Yasmin and Muhammad. Follow me, and we go to team 4 here. Okay.
Brian?
Let's go. So, can everyone hear me? Rawda, Khalud.
Yeah. Those are the focus areas. So
You
they are
guys
the
is live?
challenges.
But that's what we had in the
Guys,
presentation, no? In the PDF.
Yes, yes.
okay, guys. So the challenges aren't innovation and new technologies or synergies and collaboration in growth product and environment. It's more around all of the other elements that you have here. your challenges are really these things. Pravaz, can you hear me? Mark, can you hear me? Khalud, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yeah, I
You
can
guys,
hear you, but cannot see the challenge statement actually.
okay, great, perfect. Do you guys see this blue dotted line behind Mark on the floor? Yes, come in.
Um,
You don't spell.
No, I just see black and red squares on the screen.
اوكي انا
Then
طابوري غريب قلبته فوق تحت ليش؟
I can follow your name easier. Where are you?
See, I see this. Oh, sorry. Sorry, not that one. I think we are. Where's my team?
There's also breakout 5 here. I lost you, Jay. I don't know where you are.
No, they just started. Linda, do you hear me?
At first, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Okay, come follow me. Look around. Do you see me?
I see you, but my cursor is not moving. What actually is moving?
So you
There's
hold it, huh? Hold the thing. What do you have? A Mac? A Windows?
مش اشتغل. شو هيك؟ I think I have to drag the mouse now. It's weird.
What computer do you have? Do you have a MacBook?
No, HP.
Okay, so you just, like you press on that button, like you're holding the screen and then you move it around. You have to hold down on it.
Still doesn't work. Very weird.
Okay, so can you come back to the room?
Yes.
There it can show you from there what you have to do. So go back to your team and then you have everything there.
Faris. Faris and Hisham.
Jehan, how are you?
Yeah, good, good. So I could see like some for some teams. I mean, they started working on already, but it looks like the plan is changed, right? Mixing group.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah,
Omar,
we
أنت
have
وين?
had to do that.
أنا
I'm
وراكي. أنا
speaking in a
بظهرك.
private. Okay, not in public, right? I'm not
No,
talking in
this
public.
is
I
this is public.
private,
Get
yeah.
in. No, this is public.
No,
Get
no.
in.
Yeah. Too.
Hi, Hisham.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله يعطيك. Let us continue today.
Te escucho, ¿eh? Al final no he hecho nada más que una vez que estaban todos dentro, lo único que hice fue borrar la pantalla y ponerles una nueva.
Great. So now they are trying to use it. Thank you.
Amazing. Let me know if you need help with anything else.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Hi, Omar. Is Team 2 done for today?
Yes, please, Brian. How are you?
Oh, very good. And you? I wasn't sure if you were hearing.
Yeah, yeah, I'm around. Yes.
Team 2 is over for today then, or?
Team 2?
Yes, because it's empty.
Wow. Are you aware of what happened with Team 2? They are not around.
Yeah. Hi, Omar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please, Hisham.
Yeah, yeah. So we were just Natasha and I were just discussing Team 2. So they had to wrap up because I think two of the team members had a meeting to go to, but they exchanged information and they were on the right track in terms of like developing their ideas. So it's fine. In any case, we're like the working session is supposed to end in 10 minutes. So it's okay.
No worry. Perfect. Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. No, not in the team rooms.
Hi, Hisham. If you're going to wrap up, you can always gather all of them in one single area and speak to them.
Yeah, but then they're working, so I don't want them to like lose out on their work. So I'll just go to each room individually. That's fine.
Okay.
I just
You can
thought
also
I could,
broadcast.
speak. Yeah, broadcast. Yeah, I just thought I could use the megaphone to speak to everyone, but that not in the private communication areas, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.